I would like to call this meeting of the Robbinsdale Area Schools School Board to order. It is Monday, August 4th, 2025, and 7 p.m. We are in the Education Service Center boardroom. Will our clerk please call the roll?
With pleasure. Director Bassett?
Here.
Director Bowman is here. Chair Evans Becker?
Here.
Director Hillenbrand?
Here.
Director Holmes?
Here.
Director Long?
Here.
Director Wotu?
Here.
And Dr. Stallo?
Here. All righty then, we definitely have a quorum. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move approval.
Moved by Director Bowman, seconded by
I'll second.
Director Holmes. We're going to vote on approving the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. The next thing is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a board member so requests. In that case, the item will be removed from being a consent agenda item, and addressed consent agenda items will include administrative, personnel matters, and financial matters. So do I have a motion to accept the,
Sure.
Yes?
Can I pull the non-licensed staff, please?
Okay.
I'll move the consent agenda. I don't think it was moved yet, was it?
No, she
heard
she wants to
you say-
approve.
okay.
So you're moving it
Yes.
minus that.
Well, exactly. But
Thank you.
Move it, and it doesn't have a second, so we'll
Thank you.
let you deal with that.
Is there a second?
Chair,
Yes.
I also have questions, and I apologize in advance because I just refreshed for the third time the minutes of the business meeting. And so I caught, we need to pull the July 21st
They are
business.
pulled.
They are, is that the one that's gone? Okay.
We had to pull them. There's some errors in there that we need to fix.
Okay, and so I'm hoping we're looking at how we're recording abstentions too. Is that on the list?
Yes, definitely, because they're incorrect.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a move to approve the agenda minus the non-licensed staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Wuto.
And Chair, I just wanted to mention to that the minutes that are there for the closed session, so that may be what you see.
Thank you.
They pulled the other one.
Right, we have minutes for the closed session that state we went into closed session, but the minutes from the last meeting are going to be reviewed and corrected. All right, seeing no discussion, this is a roll call vote because it has to do with money. So we're going to be voting on the consent agenda. Director Bowman?
I'm ready.
Okay,
Director Bassett?
Yes.
Director Bowman votes yes. Chair Evans Becker?
yes.
Director Hillenbrand?
Yes.
Director Holmes?
Yes.
Director Long?
No.
And Director Wuto?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 6 in favor, 1 opposed. The consent agenda carries, minus the non-licensed staff. So is there a move to accept the non-licensed staff on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, we have a move.
I'll second.
Discuss it after that. It's been moved and seconded to approve the non-licensed staff portion of the consent agenda, which was removed. Do I see any hands?
Can we just get clarification on some of the health positions that are starting on the day of school and training, since that's a shift in how our health services are going to be handled? That's come across in the last couple, and we've changed positions and LSNs, all of that's been topics of discussion before at this table, so I'm curious how we're going to be bringing in numerous health EAs and starting, if you can clarify when their training will be.
So the week before school starts, all EAs have in their contract up to 16 hours of professional development that they can come in for. And so that is what we will be using to train those, as well as special ed has an additional 6.5 hours of training workshop week. So within those hours, they will be bringing those people in to do the training for health services.
And what, those were 16 hours, and can you repeat the first one?
16 hours all EAs have in their contract, and then special ed has an additional 6.5 hours for workshop week.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
don't see any more hands up, so let's take a roll call vote on the non-licensed staff portion of the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Director Bassett?
Yes.
Director Bowman votes yes. Chair Evans Becker?
Yes?
Director Hillenbrand?
Yes.
Director Holmes?
No.
Director Long?
No.
Director Wuto?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Okay. Moving on, we have no unfinished business. Yay, us. Okay, new business. The resolution accepting donations. Actually, it's very small amount. I mean, it's just one set of donations this time. So we have a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, and it's money. So please take a roll call vote.
I am ready. Director Bassett?
Yes.
Director Bowman votes yes. Chair Evans Becker?
Yes.
Director Hillenbrand?
Yes.
Director Holmes?
Yes.
Director Long?
Yes.
Director Wuto?
Yes.
7-0.
Motion, resolution carries. Okay, item B, action on meal pricing. Chief Financial Officer Hoheisel?
Good evening, Chair Evans Becker.
Good evening.
Directors, Superintendent Stallo. Before you is proposed 2025-2026 meal price increase. This is specific to second meals. So there is still, the state still funds a free breakfast and a free lunch for our students. Some of our older kids need a little bit more food than a type A lunch typically provides. And so this is asking for an adjustment to those meal prices. What we do need to follow is the minimum USDA price. Unfortunately, USDA is never typically as timely as school districts are, and so we have to go off of their 2024-2025 pricing, of which USDA minimum is $2.40 for a breakfast and $5 for a lunch. So that is what our pricing is based off of. You were provided some comparisons. One thing that I would like to identify is even before the state started contributing to meal prices in its totality, we're following the same procedure that had existed before COVID, where second meals were charged, whether a student was benefit eligible or not. They would get the free first lunch, and then they'd have to pay if they were to get an a la carte item or something like that. So this isn't any new practice for us. It has existed for quite some time, and we're just making sure that we're following the USDA pricing guidelines.
Okay, do I have a move to accept the proposed meal pricing for the 2025-26 school year?
I'll move it, and I have a question.
Okay. Is there
I'll
a-
second.
Moved by Director Bassett, seconded by Director Holmes. And your question?
Thank you, Director Hoheisel. So, my questions kind of had to do, because I don't think I can recall a discussion about second meals. So I wondered, because as you may know, we had a big ticket liability for meals for years, several years. And so I guess I just didn't understand if part of that included second meal costs.
I am aware, and I can say even part of, I'm looking even at the adults, even when we have staff members, we have actually changed with staff members how we've allowed them to purchase a meal. We used to allow staff to go deficit, and believe it or not, we have a negative balance there. We still have staff that do owe on their meal prices. When it comes to the students, it's a big number that has existed out there and has carried forward. So that still, what you're saying resonates, because I don't want to say it publicly. I believe it's a pretty significant number, and I can't be certain of the number, so I don't want to say it, but it's significant of that deficit that rolls forward.
So Chair, just a follow-up. So really, it's more about just understanding how we, acquire the debt, and it's actually been talked about and named in terms of, I think it's like $600,000. For a while, and I guess didn't know if we had a practice where we were charging for second meals, if that was exacerbating the accumulation of those costs, along with some of the things you just talked about. So that was not clear and was not articulated in that way.
I'm actually glad you threw out the 700,000 number because I would have said it was 300,000.
Oh, no, 600-something thousand.
Yeah, and I think we're in the 300,000 negative range. Somewhere along the way, progress was made. But yes, we have always, I believe, charged or not allowed for, like, again, à la carte, second meal type of things that are free. We don't get reimbursed for them, so.
Thank you.
Okay. So, remind me, we had the motion, that's why we have the discussion. Okay, seeing no more hands, this has to do with money also, so could we take a roll call vote on the school meal pricing for the seconds?
With pleasure. Director Bassett,
Yes.
Director Bowman votes yes. Chair Evans Becker.
Yes.
Director Hillenbrand,
Yes.
Director Holmes,
Yes.
Director Long,
Yes.
Director Wuto.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Meal pricing carries. Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is a resolution by the school board supporting land acknowledgement and tribal flags display. And I would like to read the resolution. Just let me enlarge it a little for my eyes. There we go. Whereas the Robbinsdale Area Public School Board acknowledges that our schools reside on the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Dakota and Ojibwe people, and that Indigenous peoples have lived on and cared for this land since time immemorial. And whereas the Robbinsdale Area Public Schools, ISD 281, American Indian Parent Advisory Committee, APAC, in accordance with its role under the Minnesota Statute 124D.78, has formally expressed its support for the public reading of a land acknowledgement and the visible display of tribal flags within the district. And whereas the reading of a land acknowledgement is a meaningful act of recognition and respect, honoring the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and their homelands, and whereas the display of the flags of the 11 federally recognized tribal nations in Minnesota is a visible and respectful way to recognize the sovereignty and the cultural identity of Native nations and to affirm the district's commitment to equity and inclusion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Robbinsdale Area School Board supports and authorizes the regular reading of a land acknowledgement at school board meetings by the board chair or a board director, and read also at other appropriate district events. And be it further resolved that the Robbinsdale Area School Board supports the public display of the flags of the 11 federally recognized tribal nations in Minnesota at the Education Service Center boardroom, with the goal of implementation beginning at the August 18th, 2015 school board meeting, contingent on approval of this resolution on August 4th, 2025. I move this.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Who moved it?
I did. Seconded by Director Holmes. All right. This is a roll call vote. I do not see any hands, so let's do a roll call vote.
Director Bassett,
Yes.
Director Bowman votes yes. Chair Evans Becker.
Yes.
Director Hillenbrand.
Yes.
Director Holmes.
Yes.
Director Long.
Yes.
Director Wuto.
Yes.
7-0.
We are unanimous. And now, Vice Chair Long, will you read it, please?
Yes. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Robbinsdale Area Schools is located on the homelands of the Dakota and Ojibwe people. We recognize the painful history of genocide and forced assimilation of the indigenous inhabitants of this land. We honor and respect the many indigenous people who live on and hold sacred these lands, and we stand with members of these nations to fight injustice in all of its forms. We uphold the preservation of Dakota and Ojibwe languages, land-based education, and tribal sovereignty.
Thank you. And we look forward to having the flags up here at our very next meeting. Alrighty, number 7 on our agenda, policy. A, second read action on policy 533. Director Bowman, you want to take that?
Yes, I am going to make a motion to send this policy back to the committee because we have, under item 2, section F, there's a statement that's incomplete and needs fixing. And we also need to finalize the use of the terms parent, guardian, and caretaker on a consistent level through the document. It's sometimes referred to as legal guardian, sometimes they leave out caretaker. So we want to make sure that we go through and make that language clear. So I am going to recommend we send it back to the committee for a little tweaking.
Okay, do I have a second for that?
Second.
Been moved and seconded, we send policy 533 wellness back to the committee. Director Holmes?
Yeah, and before that motion, I actually had a question, so I don't know if you want it since it's going back. I was looking for clarification on how this applies to individual schools and their celebrations, fall parties, families bringing in stuff. I found the language of encouraging families, but I know those are some situations we've run into before, so I don't know if you think there's a part in this policy that speaks to that. So maybe when it goes back, that's one of the questions I had for this evening.
We can be aware of that, and also if you have language suggestions to make, just send them to Kenneth.
Thank you. Okay, so the move is to send policy 533 back to the committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, it's on its way back. Letter B, first reads for policies, policy 102.1, 506, and 534. Who's got this?
Yeah, so we met July 30th, and a lot of the changes in these policies were very minor recommendations from MSBA and looking at some of the wordage. So there wasn't any major changes done. So we will hopefully be able to move that to second read fairly quickly.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about it right now? Director Bassett, then Director Holmes.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for the work and for getting these policies up and coming forward. The one that I had about the equity policy is that one of the things I've noticed in some of the other policies is that there is how the communication of the policy will occur, communicating the policy. And I saw that in some of the policies, but not in this one. And I think that that's a good thing to have in them, because then we know how does it get out? How do people know about it? And I thought about that. And I know in some of our policies, we have definitions, and I like the section on this policy that, on section 3, that fulfilling the unified district mission through equity, advancing equity through the district priorities. I think that language is good, but I just wondered, because the question of definition of equity comes up a lot among a lot of people. And so what definition we're using matters. So this is the first read, so I just raised that for the consideration of the committee and for some thought about it, discussion, whatever. And so discussions and then the communications. And I guess I will just say that the flow of these policies as they've been coming forward has a real good cadence. So, but if to the extent that they can be consistent and how they're mapped out, if there is no need for definition or if there is no need for communication, there is none. But I do think that for most things, there usually is, because they're usually targeted toward the students, staff, or the community needs to know, parents. So that's just some feedback for the committee.
Okay, we'll take that on.
Director Holmes?
Yeah, I'm looking at policy 501, the school weapons policy, and this one has...
Six?
It's 501.
So one is just a typo here.
Yes, 501. It's 501.
Thank you.
Same page?
Same page. Thank you.
Okay. And this has come up a number of times in discussion, and I know I recognize your notes with just the school shooter, why it was being brought to the table now, but it's here, and I don't want to go without saying that I think the board has some work to do on this in a work session, just based on previous incidents, you know, that dated back to right prior to us coming on this board when this policy, I think, first came to fruition from an emergency meeting with an incident at one of our schools. There's been substantial community concerns about events happening in our schools. And then also the previous work done by the Safety and Security Ad Hoc Committee and why we had gone towards that threshold document. And I don't think the board has ever gotten to discuss that. So I'm moving to send this policy 501 to the August 18th work session for board discussion, because this is not the place where I should go into all of my comments and provide further context to those points. But specifically when we're dealing with, let's see, it's on page, no, you guys don't have the board packet, so it would be 5, under 5C, administrative discretion. That is pretty prominent for us to pay attention to, especially when internal investigations are occurring, because I think it has some implications to other points in this policy where it says the school board may modify this on a case-by-case basis, or the school board has authority for staff discipline or intervention. And I think with one of our most recent incidents, there was an internal investigation, but the board was never privy to any of that. And so this really speaks to the board's oversight and accountability factors. So I think there's just some language between here and our policy. We have it's actually an AP for, what do they call it? Policy 403, AD 403, discipline, suspension, and dismissal of school district employees, and that ties to this. So I think there's some time that we need to focus to really come together as a board to figure out what we want that policy to say and how that's impacting, because we list in this policy all persons. And so really just to come together as a board and make sure that this policy is reading the way we want it to be, and it reflects the role of the board in it. So again, my motion is to move this policy to the work session on August 18th for board discussion. Yes. I don't know where it falls, and we've talked about this for going on 2 years, and the ad hoc committee has done some substantial work around it, or at least discussions, and they never got legs anywhere. So it does apply to policy 501, and I don't want to say we just approved this when concerns come up, because I'd identify this as pretty substantial in making sure we get stakeholders' concerns addressed in the ad hoc committee.
I'll second.
Oh, okay, it's been seconded, and so then Director Bowman wants to talk. Okay.
I just want to clarify that for this exercise this evening, it's important for us to get these policies approved for the compliance to the updated state regulatory stuff. And that's really what this go-round is to just bring it up to date and bring it into compliance with state regulations. I know that this is a policy that we have talked about a lot. Whether or not it should come back on the August 18th meeting or not is really a question for the superintendent and the board chair from a scheduling perspective. And it's also from a perspective of let's be prepared to discuss it properly. Let's get issues out prior to so that people can come prepared. So that's my concern with pushing it off to the 18th, because this is just a standard operating procedure to bring it into compliance with the state. All the other stuff that you're talking about is a whole bunch of baggage that needs to be unpacked around this that won't be unpacked singularly by the policy committee. So I recommend that what we do is we approve it so that we're in compliance with the state, and then Dr. Stallo and Dr. Evans-Becker will get it onto a calendar during an agenda setting meeting. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Point of clarification, this is the first read, correct?
This is,
So, yeah, so we will be talking about it again as board members, so it wouldn't seem like a jump to have to talk about it during our next meeting, because that would be a work session, study session meeting, and then our business meeting wouldn't be until September. Point of clarification questions.
we have a brief business meeting, and then
Session, yeah.
Bassett.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, we had a policy on the books, and so this is a revision of some things to update. And so I only see a couple of strike-throughs, and other than that, it looks pretty much the same. Because usually you would have the strike-throughs and the red language and all of that, it was going to be new. So since it's not new, I guess my thought was, I agree with Director Long, it does no harm to have it on the work session to discuss, and if it's not a remarkable thing that's holding, we essentially are in compliance now almost. It's just a few language things that we need to do. And I, think the committee has done due diligence to trying to figure that out. So talking about it, I think, is important. I will also say that, this board had a meeting with some of our board members had a meeting with the chiefs, and this is not related to that necessarily, but public safety in our buildings is of concern to this board. And incidents when they happen, and things have been relatively quiet after a few years of a lot of incidents. To have a little conversation about this does not hurt, in my opinion, to have it at a work session, because it seems to me that there's nothing controversial.
Director Hillenbrand.
Oh, I was just going to point out that the major change is in the very last section, because by state law, there was a change to add active shooter incidents. And so that language is pretty much the main change. And the other thing I just want to say is I think that we have to be careful not to conflate the policy with the handbook or the operation of implementing the policy, right? And so those are two separate things. And and I'm fine with discuss, but I think that the policy itself is pretty prescriptive if you look at all of the legal references. And I just wonder if really the discussion should be, that you're looking for might not be about the policy itself, but more about the implementation or the student handbook or something else. And so to me, they seem like separate things, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, which is why I'm bringing it up, but the policy, like I said, is prescriptive because of all the legal references and requirements that are part of it.
Thank you. Director Bowman and then Director Holmes.
I yield at this time. I may come
Okay,
back.
Director Holmes.
No, for my interpretation, not two separate things based on the language in some of these. And again, I can get into depth because it ties to state statute, the role of the board, what we are supposed to approve and not approve, and it really ties to our oversight and accountability for the overall operation of the district, including personnel matters. And when internal investigations are occurring that require discipline, we ultimately are supposed to, when you get into suspension or certain levels. So it's different across the board, and I'm talking in generalities here, but there are incidents that have come up that tie to the specific language in here, and rather than going point by point tonight, I've made my notes and I'm prepared to talk about them. And again, it's just a work session thing, and I do recognize the language that was added, so that's why I'm suggesting the work session, because it may gain legs, it may not. But again, I know this board has done things where we made a modification, and then if a question comes up, we'll say, well, we just approved that. And I don't want to fall into that slide at that point. So again, I don't know how long of a discussion it is, but I have specifics, and it's obviously not appropriate here, but that's why I'm moving to have it at the work session where we can discuss.
Okay, I would like to just clarify for sure, whatever is here is what's been recommended by MSBA, and this is what's supposed to be in our policy to fit with state law.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so the move is to move this to a work session. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of moving it to a work session, policy 501, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I better,
Vision.
division of the House has been called. When you're ready.
Yep. Can you repeat what we're voting on once
We are
again,
voting
please?
on moving policy 501, school weapons, to the work session on August 18th.
Great. Director Bassett?
Yes.
Director Bowman votes no. Chair Evans Becker?
No.
Director Hillenbrand?
Yes.
Director Holmes,
Yes.
Director Long,
Yes.
Director Wuto.
No.
Motion carries.
Prevails.
We will, what?
It doesn't carry.
Yeah, it prevails.
Yes, it
It
is.
prevails.
Yep.
We had 1, 2, 3.
It was 4 to 3.
Yes. So this will be discussed at a work session, August 18th. All right.
Wait, I had one more thing.
Oh, Director Long.
If we could go back to the equity policy, I just have a question about that. I'm wondering, where are we in the process of trying to get some input from the impacted communities around that equity policy? Because I feel like we're missing out on some things there, and we're not talking to the impacted communities that this policy would affect.
I think, oops.
Director Wuto, go ahead.
One of the things that we are discussing is how do we create an entrance for policy changes or new policies to get to the committee. And so when that time comes, hopefully soon, the community is at liberty to send suggestions, questions, or concerns to the appropriate person to make sure that we are discussing those at a committee meeting and also bringing that in front of the board.
And including the community?
Of course.
Director Holmes.
And Director Long, this is what that chart was referencing that we discussed at last work session, and that is new and that everybody needs to take a look at for the board and how that is brought forward. And I have reached out to our counterparts in St. Paul to get some of their documents, like I had mentioned. So hopefully I can get my arms around that and bring it forward. But it's a whole process, and there are some districts out there with some really good tools that we could benefit from.
Director Bassett.
Well, since we're back talking about the policy, there was one thing I wanted to mention, and that was how are we going to, and I'll ask the committee to think about this, because one thing about policies is that they're living documents. And I don't think we have a habit of going back over and over and over again once a policy's been passed. However, it's been some time since a lot of work was done on a lot of these policies. And so if things come to light, then they can be addressed or should be addressed. But I do wonder about this, and I'll ask the committee to think about this. How do we measure progress and fidelity with regard to equity? How do we know that our equity policy is making a difference? Where is it landing? What's the point? What are the measures? And and that would be something that I would ask the committee to consult with the administration about, because we're not going to create them, but I do think that there should be some measures, and I think they should be tied to the goals that we have for equity. And how do we know that we're adhering to it with fidelity? And that's just words on a page.
Director Bowman.
Yeah, and I would like to remind the board at this time that the workings of the policy committee at this point is in startup mode again. It has been in startup mode for 2 years. We did get a few things done, but there were some gaps along the way. So what we're doing, the current work of this committee at this point is to bring us up into compliance with state and federal legislation. That's our number one focus. We at the committee have talked, and I think my colleagues will agree with me, that we do have policies out there that are going to require much more consideration and discussion than what occurs at a policy committee meeting. So, we really have the tools in place to bring a new policy forth if we want to. No one's brought one forth, but we do have that in place because we can just do it. We're not as limping in the water as some may state that we are. The reality of it is the main focus is to bring us into compliance with state and federal laws with these first go-rounds, identify those items that we know are going to require more discussion. Again, those more discussions, though, so that the community understands, are not really driven by the board, but they are driven by the administration, such as the discipline manual, the student manual. Those are documents that are created by administration. And if there are problems within those documents and they feel that a policy needs to be changed, then that would come back to the policy committee. The policy committee is not going to be working solely on those working in a vacuum on those documents where it's already designated the community input is required. And I know we have many of them. Discipline policy is kind of one of them. The student handbook is one of them. And so we need to get our hands around that through the administration and through our lawyers as to which ones we really need to target. And that would be helpful from our colleagues here. If there are particular policies that you believe we know let's get those on the tables now so that we can start to plan. But I just want to remind people that our focus right here, right now, is to bring this up into compliance with current state and federal laws and legislation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Salo?
I just wanted to add one clarification to what Director Momen said, is that, the three things that we're looking at in the policy and in the board working document, this is the work under your role of policy is, first of all, what are those policies that need annual review? And I believe some of these are those annual review. So every year, we have to take a look at those, right? So hopefully, those are just some of those smaller changes that we see tonight. The second piece is after every legislative session, we have to go through, and MSBA supports us and helps school districts with this, making sure that the policies that need changes based on the legislative sessions that happens. And then the third thing that we are working to do is to ensure that we have a 3-year cycle for all policies. That's best practice for school board review. So thinking about policies that haven't been reviewed for a number of years, some that have, that is our goal, is that we can get on that cadence. Annual review usually happens in August. Legislative also happens over the summer, and then we can get on that cadence of a 3-year review. I know that's what the policy committee is working on.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Stalo. The policy committee's been working under that very same concept for the last 2 years. And so they were working on that and doing a great job. Director Vento, Director Bowman, and others. So that's been going. And that was exactly the charge that they were given. So that's exactly what they've been doing. So there's no quarrel or question about that. So I guess what I believe is that in terms of policy, since that's the main work of the school board, is setting policy. And then it is implemented by the administration. In that vein, I think that I like to, when something comes up, and I just missed it the first time around, to mention things because the policy committee is doing a great job. All I'm talking about formatting, the consistency and the kind of, and the way we bring them forward. And if we're talking about the communications, if we're talking about definitions, so just asking the committee to contemplate that. That's all I ask. And, and I think that's reasonable. And so that doesn't do anything to the cadence, any of that. It's just something to be mindful of. And my comments went to that, so.
Thank you, Director Bassett. Director Bowman?
I just want to assure you, Director Bassett, that that's exactly the type of thing that the committee is working on, adding things like glossary, standardizing that language so that when we use the term parent or caregiver, we consistently use what the nomenclature is in the year 2025 to be most kind and gracious in our policies. So all of that at this point is being looked at because many of these policies are 11 years beyond being reviewed, and the language changes a great deal. Meanings to words change a great deal. So we are, rest assured, that's exactly, and you will see, what you will begin to see in the future is a catalog of these things.
Appreciate that.
So that when we run into it in one policy, how to use parent, caretaker, or caregiver, we will consistently use whatever term we select in our glossary, and then we'll stretch it out across all 9 policy things, and that's really the goal in that cleanup of language so that it becomes easy to understand these policies. So thank you for your comments. So we, rest assured, we're doing it.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I just wanted to, because I served on
Director Bassett.
Thank you, because I actually served on the original Equity Policy Committee when we established it for this district some years ago. I just happened to notice that, and I have a little affinity for it, of course. And so in looking at that, I just noticed the comment I made about the fidelity and how do we measure. And so those were comments I wanted the committee to have. So whatever it is that you do with that and how you work with the superintendent, super. Those are just comments that are timely right now, in my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, next item is a policy committee report. So is that you, Director Wuto?
Yeah, I think a lot has already been said. However, our meetings are now moved to every third Thursday, and we will be meeting for 2 hours, every third Wednesday, sorry. And we will be meeting for 2 hours going forward.
Okay. Anything else from policy committee? All right. That moves us right along to administrative reports. Superintendent Stalo?
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you, Chair Evans-Becker and school board directors. Our mission at Robbinsdale Area School, our mission is to inspire and educate all learners to develop their unique potential and to positively contribute to their community. Our collective work is focused on that mission, and tonight I'd like to share some of the work in which we've been engaged to ensure that that happens. In the strategic theme of academic achievement, on July 23rd, 100 of our Freedom School scholars took their learning beyond the classroom all the way to the steps of the Minnesota State Capitol as part of the National Day of Social Action. They marched alongside students from 11 other Freedom Schools across the state to affirm a powerful truth, that public education is a public good. It's not just something we provide, it's something we protect, advocate for, and continue to strengthen. Our scholars began their march in St. Paul College and made their way to the upper mall of the Capitol, where they participated in Harambe and engaged directly with state lawmakers in the public Q&A. The questions they asked were thoughtful, bold, and deeply grounded in the issues that matter to them, from access to resources to equity. Education. This event wasn't just symbolic, it was a civic learning in action. It showed our students that their voices matter, that they can speak truth to power, and they are already leaders in shaping the future. It's exactly the kind of experience that reflects our commitment to academic achievement, student voice, and preparing young people to thrive in and contribute to a just and democratic society. Another incredible opportunity that our students had at Freedom School to connect with state leadership in a meaningful way was on July 7th, when we were honored to welcome Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan to join our Freedom Schools program as a special guest during Harambe, the joyful high-energy morning gathering that kicks off each day. Harambe, which means all pull together in Swahili, truly captures the spirit of community and collaboration we want to cultivate across our district. It's a space where our students lift each other up with singing, dancing, cheering, and most importantly, with the belief that their voices matter. Lieutenant Governor Flanagan read Change Sings by Amanda Gorman, a powerful message of hope, agency, and justice. She also took time to answer questions from our scholars, and it was a moving reminder to the power of visibility, representation, and authentic connection. Moments like these reinforce our commitment to academic achievement, not just through curriculum, but through experiences that inspire students to believe in themselves and the change that they can create. In the strategic theme of community engagement, we know that strong schools are rooted in strong communities. And that means showing up, listening, and building relationships beyond the walls of schools. This summer, our staff and school board members have been actively engaging with families, neighbors, and community partners at events all across the district, from the Golden Valley Pride Festival and the Whiz Bang Days Parade to Crystal Frolics and the upcoming Great Ardale Get-Together. We're committed to being visible, accessible, and connected. These events are about more than handing out flyers. They're about conversations, about being present, and about demonstrating that we are partners in creating a thriving, inclusive future for our students. We're looking forward to continuing that outreach into September with both the Golden Valley Festival and the Robbinsdale Main Street Meet and Greet. These touch points are a vital part of building trust and belonging in our community, and they reinforce that we're all in this together. As you know, we've also continued to engage our community and partner with them on our Reimagine Ardale Vision 2030 work. The Vision team met last Tuesday night and continued their study and work toward bringing forward recommendations to the school board on September 23rd. Last week, the team began to apply their knowledge about enrollment and building capacities. We're excited to invite everyone to the Great Ardale Get Together, our annual back-to-school community celebration. This year's event will take place on Saturday, August 9th, so that's this coming Saturday, from 10 to 2 at Lakeview Terrace Park in Robbinsdale. It's free for all ages with fun activities, entertainment, and chances to connect with families, staff, and community partners. We hope to see many of you there as we come together to kick off the new school year with joy and community spirit. And lastly, as we prepare for the start of the year, we've been welcoming principals and leaders back, and our senior leadership team has continued to plan forward for the start of the year and improve systems along the way. The next few weeks will be filled with planning, meetings, supporting staff and leaders, all in service to our students who will return to school in less than a month, and we can't wait to see them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, which that takes us to board reports. And I'll kick off the board reports with something that involves the whole board. On Tuesday evening, July 22nd, and all day on July 23rd, 5 board members were able to attend professional development. On Tuesday evening, we met with Doctors Betty Webb and Nicole Demich, focusing our discussion on our core business, which is teaching and learning. The board members committed themselves to further work with them on becoming a better board. On Wednesday, we met with Dr. David Webb to learn about a system for team decision-making and a framework for restorative practices. We also together wrote 10 norms for us that we agreed upon for board conduct. And that's my report. Director Long.
We are still waiting on a meeting date for our ad hoc safety and security meeting. It's been since what, April, Director? May, March, since we've met, and we still have not seen the draft that the lawyer has drafted for us to review yet either. So it'd be nice to possibly meet sometime this month, maybe, and get that rolling. Otherwise, nothing else to report.
Okay, let's just work our way down and then back around, finishing with you with the listening session at the end. Okay, Director Hillenbrand. Okay, Director Bowman.
I had the great pleasure to do 4 hours at Crystal Frolics, and it was a real joy to see all the little kids, all the families, and for me it was especially fun to reconnect with my community over there in Crystal. So it was a great day, and I really understand the importance of our visibility in our community at the various events. So I really want to thank community education for showing up with the awnings and the chairs and the tables and the tablecloths and boxes of stuff and games to play, and it was a wonderful opportunity. There were principals there and a nice variety of staff, and a really, really delightful day. I too want to echo, or I want to thank Chair Evans Becker for organizing the professional development that we had on Tuesday night and Wednesday. Dr. David Webb's presentation, if you're unfamiliar with him, Google him, because his problem-solving model that he brought to the table, the IROD, the information, reaction, option, and decision model, is one that I was beyond impressed with. I've seen a lot of management models in the course of my life and in my career, and what I specifically liked about the IROD model was it's easy to use and it made sense, and you were never lost in the conversation, because if you came to sort of a stalemate in the conversation, it was natural at at that point to say, do we have enough information? Is this just a reaction? Have we vetted out all of our options? So I'm a board member who really, really, really looks forward for us to be able to implement that one decision-making model. It was really enjoyable. I mean, it was really valuable for me. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Wuto.
I'll pass.
Okay, Director Bassett.
A couple of things I do want to highlight very quickly. And of course, most of us were at the professional development, so thanks for that update about it, directors. I did attend a national convening for Local Progress Conference, and that was a combination of local elected officials as local officials began to discuss how they're going to interface with the federal government. And so, of course, that includes school board members, city council folks, county commissioners, and the like. And it was in Chicago, and it was completely supported by the organization. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and believe that I got some good insight from it. And that's the second of 2 conferences I attended for professional. So this, what we did, makes 3. So also, the League of Women Voters had on Saturday, they had a session, that was Saturday. They had a section where they were kind of looking through what they're going to really address and work on this coming year for Golden Valley, and in partnership with many of the other leagues around. So that was really enlightening, and so they'll select what the items that rise to the top are, and maybe we'll hear something about it. I was interested in, because they had Robbinsdale and Hopkins school districts on their list, and I'm like, okay, what's that about? So of course I had to go there and see. And then also the city of Golden Valley had a planning session, and their planning session really kind of has to do with community engagement. And so that was really, and that was all day on Friday. So I will just say that I enjoyed looking at and reading your presentation, the superintendent, about the activities you've been involved in. And I just want to give kudos to the community ed department, because of course, community outreach and the Community Connect Committee, this morphed into really kind of on the shoulders of the community education department. So I really appreciate the ongoing work that community education does in that endeavor, because of course that brought our community to parades, to all those kinds of things for a number of years. And because I think we're probably in our maybe 10th year of doing that. And so thank you for refreshing it, bringing it to a new place. So it's just good to see that that's continuing, has become a staple in the community. I think people would be surprised if they didn't see Robbinsdale represented in some of those things. And the last thing, a question I have is, I'm looking at this at our public posting, and I don't see the closed sessions listed on here. And I know that there's not on my board book, I don't see them, so maybe I'm missing it.
Item 10.
I'm sorry?
Item 10 on our agenda.
But it's on the business meeting agenda, because we're, I'm just saying, it's not listed separately, so, that I caught my attention. So if we've achieved it by having it as item 10, I didn't see it down there. And so I was looking for it, because I want to make sure we're up to snuff.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the reason that it's this way is because our legal counsel has instructed us it needs to be this way.
Oh,
And so,
Not a question, just making sure it was posted. That was really my,
it is.
yeah.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Oops, nope, sorry. Director Holmes.
Yeah, just kind of a biggie with the community input from listening hour. We had 4 individuals reach out for a listening hour tonight. And again, for those of you watching, we have moved that to our first meeting of the month, and it begins at 6. So that's important for people to know. It's not recorded, and then we'll summarize here. But we had 4. Our first one was from a community member who was unable to attend and submitted the form online and asked that comments be read in. They focused in on when will the board be discussing potential budget revisions and the discussions around those. They have an interest in seeing budget line items related to referendum and levy funds, an emphasis specifically on how safety and security levy funds are being put into action in our schools and being accountable to stakeholders. And then also another point, school closing notifications if and when that's going to happen, where will the details be about the timeline for those impacted, and the schools when community and other stakeholders can provide input. We had a second community member who came and spoke about their expectations for board meetings, and following basic rules up here, not yelling at each other, not being angry, was questioning how Robert's Rules of Order is used in meeting settings, and made the comment that not all school districts utilize it, and then provided a resource to the board to look up if they so chose. So we're not relying on attorney fees to run our meetings. And then we had two community members speak on the importance and not cutting the family literacy program. One who has been in the district forever and is a current staff member, and not wanting us unintentionally going along with the current federal administration, and defunding marginalized groups. And I think a strong sentence that resonated with me from that speaker was making decisions and without input from those that are impacted, and quote, "Nothing about us without us is for us." And spoke about Mr. Rogers' book and some information there. And then again, for family literacy program, speaking to the choices we make in our budget and how it aligns to our values and what we want to speak to supporting in our district. And she's spoken here numerous times and emailed the board numerous times, and we do listen to her and appreciate her coming. And so that concluded our listening hour.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, I guess I will, since you called out 5-2 attended. I did not. I had two family emergencies back to back and provided notification to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This moves us to agenda item number 10. I move to go into closed session for the following reasons. One, to receive confidential legal advice pursuant to the attorney-client privilege and Minnesota statute section 13D.05 subdivision 3B in regard to ISD 281 versus City of New Hope. Two, to receive confidential legal advice pursuant to the attorney-client privilege and Minnesota statute section 13D.05 subdivision 3B in regard to threatened legal litigation by a former employee. And three, to consider labor negotiation strategies pursuant to Minnesota statute section 13D.03 subdivision 1. The closed session will begin at 8:05 and will be held in this room. The board will return to open session after the closed sessions and reserves the right to take action in open session based on the discussion that occurs in closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Director Wuto? Oh, Director Bassett, thank you. Seconded by Director Bassett.
deep voice.
Okay, all in favor of going into closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, we are moved to closed session. We'll be in this room, just us, at 8:05. Thank you for coming, everyone.
I gotta find out about this.
And we're back. It is now 11:28 on August 4th, and we are back from our closed sessions. We met, and now it is time for us to adjourn our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Director Bassett,
Second.
seconded by Director Holmes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. We are adjourned.
Right on.
If you bang that thing any harder. Good night.
Yeah.